I think I got everything, right? Alright. Yeah, okay. Good. Nice. Awesome. Good stuff. Um, what the heck? So, mm, yeah. Okay. This could be, well, I don't know, does this work? Let's see. This is gonna go. No, don't do that. Okay. If, all right. Welcome everyone to what's going on right now, which is more armor calc stuff. Today I want to try and finish up armor calcs, and kind of get them working correctly. Um, the challenge with it all is I want it to, well, there's a couple things I need to do. I need to change this so it no longer applies it to an item stack, but applies it to a player because this is just not going to work. This isn't going to matter. Um, and then I guess it's like, how does this work with first aid? And I'm looking at first aid, and I'm wondering what I can even do on DDD's side to get this to work. I would probably, well, the thing is that this is the way DDD does this is not really an issue. I mean, it causes an issue with first aid, but I can add a thing for that so that first aid can like hook in here and stop DDD from doing that probably in some way. Thinking about how I want to go about doing that. For now, though, I'm thinking what I can do is I can change this to apply the attribute to the player or like the entity, instead of to the item stack because it just will not work. So, okay, we gotta change this. We gotta change this. This needs to be an entity living base. Get rid of this. Let's see. I basically want to do entity dot add. Is it apply attribute modifier? No. Um, get attribute map probably dot apply attribute. Oh, it's get attribute instance. Yeah, dot get attribute instance. This is like modifier type dot get attribute modified dot apply modifier. And I do a new attribute modifier. This is gonna be modifier type dot get UUID, modifier type dot get name, new val minus curval, and the operation is gonna be 0. Pretty sure. And removing it is as simple as getting entity dot get attribute map dot get attribute instance fire type modifier type dot get attribute modified dot remove modifier. And that's going to be modifier type dot get UUID. We need to add these modifier slots together, basically. Okay, so I stream the armor slots. I need to map it. This now needs to be a map. Like that. Dot reduce armor values merge. That'll reduce it to 1 armor value. Oh, this is interesting. I need to do a filter here for objects. Not null. Okay, maybe it's non-null. There you go. I don't want to return avals right away. I want, let's see. I want these avals to take into account this, basically. Oh wait, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. Because it might be null. Set values. I need to set the armor to dot resist dot armor calc rule dot get armor modifier for rule CT and slot. I do need to mod times armor. Dot set value or dot get armor. Mod times avals dot get toughness. And you're gonna complain because this has to be. This is a. Oh, it's an int. And then, well, what happens if they have 100% in each? The difference is 0, so it doesn't do anything. Right. Because it's gonna apply the difference between those two things. It does new val minus curve val, right? Yeah. So what if you get hit by two types that the armor has effectiveness against, but it has very little effectiveness? You're gonna have 10, and if it's only like, yeah, like let's say we have a golden chestplate and it has 20% effectiveness against certain types. That means it's going to provide 2 armor points, right? It's going to provide 2 armor points. If we go with the add rule, it's going to provide 2 armor points. Then what'll happen is we'll do 2 minus 10, which is minus 8, and we're going to apply a minus 8 armor thing, which is not okay. But alternatively, if I don't do 10, right? So like, here's the thing. If the way this works here is that just take me here. It gets the number of types that the armor is blocking, right? Which is going to, if I'm getting hit by 2 different types, it's gonna be 2, right? And then that 2 is going to be used as a multiplier for each type. Or sorry, for each like armor piece, basically. Right? For the add and the average rule. For the max rule, we'll just do 1, which is fine. And so what that means over here is that this could be really negative or really positive, right? Like, it would make sense that if you have an 80% effectiveness against one type and a 60% effectiveness against another type, you don't get the full armor values. Because that would be really powerful. But this doesn't work. Now, with average, you actually could argue that this should be 1, because if I have 60% effectiveness against one type and I have 40% effectiveness against another type, I should average to an overall 50% thing. I don't know, I guess add just is gonna have that. Because this seems to be a far worse idea. Oops. It makes a lot more sense to just kind of leave it like that. I, dude, I'm well aware that there is a user operation in progress. Why? What are you doing? User operation is waiting for loading all tasks of all Gradle projects. Well, dude, I understand. Can you not right now? I'm like, all right, whatever. Guess I have to wait. I don't need this now either. So we do that, and it'll just add them together. That's just how that will be. Which means I don't need this either. Don't need this either. Don't need this either, and I don't need this. So I don't multiply it, I just do this. I do something like this. I need the current values. Oh wait, I have that. Go. We reduce that. I need to do this dot. Oh wait, I can't use vowels. I can use avals still though, because it's no longer in scope. This dot get new armor values. This in static context. We're in static context or in static context? Oh wait, yeah, I need the combat tracker. Should be CT. Dot get new armor values. And this is where we have to merge them together additively. App dot values dot stream dot reduce armor values merge. So you reduce it like that, right? Yeah, because that's how we need to compare them. This is just like what armor values we're using. Wait. Are we sure about that? Our armor classifier. Oh, our armor classifier does not use the armor calc rule here. Right. We need to use the armor calc rule. No, because we already did that when we classified armor. Here. Or here, sorry. Yeah, there we go. That's the, yeah, it merged it like that. For the different, armor maps. The armor maps it merged. For, like, its effectiveness for, like, different types. I merge it like that. And then this gives us that dot if present. Now we do apply new modifier, and this is going to be ct.getFighter, ddd attribute modifier collections dot armor. The new val is going to be new avals dot get. It shouldn't be optional. Why is that itself an optional? Oh, this should be a flat map then. Because now that's just armor values. Okay. Get armor. Their current value is avals dot get armor. And the slot we actually don't need. And now we apply another new armor modifier for ct.getFighter. ddd attribute modifier collections dot toughness. New avals dot get toughness and avals dot get toughness. And we don't need this anymore. And now here we have to remove modifier, which is going to be ct.getFighter. ct.getFighter. So this is the way that it merges that. Okay, so that is pretty good. If we are able to sum up values, it'll sum up these values. Wait, can't I just use vals? What are you? You're a map. Vals. Vals, dude. Vals, vals, vals. It's present, dude. Vals. Yeah, vals. What am I doing, dude? I knew there was something jank here. Yeah, if the new armor values are present, then do all of this, merge this down, stream it, merge this down, and then calc the difference. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Brain worky. And then here we remove it if armor calcs are enabled. What the heck is this though? I don't think this needs to be wrapped in any of this though. Probably not. Okay, so that's good. That's basically what we had before. But we needed that because that's really the only way to do this. That's really the only way to do this. And now everything makes sense and it works. I don't need to change too much. And then what I'm gonna have to do is change something. It's gonna really change how this shit works. So I'll have to check these things, make sure that they work, and then it's just this, which might be tricky. Um, Now in terms of our tooltip system and our shield formatter thingy, how did it how did I set this up so that it didn't do its thing? Where is this section where we talk shield calcs? You need combat calculations, do shield calcs. Oh, yeah, alright. Sure. Where is this called? It's gotta be a couple things. Oh, here. Oh, I have that there as well. Okay, so in this, that's where I gotta do that. Oh, I have that there too. Wow, look at me. I'm already ahead. Nice. Okay, that's good. I don't care about your update, CurseForge. Go away. Um, we're getting there. We're getting there. Huh. No, Minecraft's taking its time to load. Alright. Alright, see you later, armor piece. And you. You're good. You're good. You're not good. You're not good. You're not good. Okay, so if this has no armor effectiveness, and that means... Wait, I'm already full health. That means that I should take the full damage, right? Because it shouldn't block anything. Yeah, I took 8.5. And I got -5 armor thing. And now this one says it's unchanged, right? This one was done, this one's unchanged. So this one also, notice I didn't get any armor damage for that. But I did get damaged there. What armor calc rule am I even on? I'm on max. Okay, so now if I do add, it should basically double my armor. Yeah, my armor was doubled. I have decided that is intentional. I have decided that's basically intentional. So now with add here, right, what should happen is I'm going to get a 20%, a minus 20% effectiveness, so I'm going to get -1, and I'm going to get plus 2.5. So I think I should get a plus 1.5 armor thing. Right, because, yeah. Yeah. Let's not get destroyed. I got plus 6.5. Oh, wait. Is that even right? So that should be 7.5 armor and 4.5 or minus 1.5 armor. Hmm. So I don't know if that's right. Okay, what about a different piece of armor? Okay, well that guy's got that. Okay. Pretty sure the zombie does a touch of necrotic damage. Yeah, it does. Okay. Whoops. Nice, dude. You're really good. Please, take the sword. Thank you. Right, so now this is gonna have a minus 20% and a minus 40%. Right, so this should get a penalty. Right? A minus 20% should put me at 4 armor for bludgeoning, right? I need to actually test that. Wait, I need that still. This does not have the MBT. This has the MBT. This is just pure slashing? Yeah. So you can take that one, that's pure slashing. You can take this one, this is pure bludgeoning. Now they're doing all that stuff. What's up, dudes? Okay. So. For starters, let's see. With you, I take 6 damage. And it was all slashing. It was 6 slashing. Okay, so now against you, I have minus 40%. So I should get a minus 2 armor, right? It should be minus 2. I got a minus 2. Yeah, okay. So far, so good. And against you, I should get a minus 1. I got a minus 1. Okay. I need something that does pure fire. I just realized. Well, actually, no, because I can test again on that. And I got a plus 2 armor. Why'd I get plus 2 armor? This rule does not make sense. Okay, let's see how the other rules work. Because maybe that one's just dumb. Okay, on average. I just realized there's no real good way to continue to activate these things. Unless I use a button, which I'm probably gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to set these to buttons. Oops. Right here. Okay, so with average, it should average it, right? So in other words, this should still be the same. I got a minus 2 for you, and I got a minus 1 for you. Excellent. Let me heal up before I get destroyed. And then for you, it should be averaged. So it should be a, in theory, it should be a minus 1.5. It is a minus 1.5. Wow, that makes sense. And for you, since I have plus 50% effectiveness, that's going to be a plus 2.5, and the bludgeoning is a minus 20%, which is going to be a minus 1. So, averaged out would be, what, 2.5 and a 1, that's going to be like a 1.25 or something? A 0.75. Does that make sense? 0.75, 2.5 minus 1 is 1.5, divided by 2 is 0.75, yeah. And it was divided by 2 because there were 2 types. The add rule is freaking jank, dude. Is the add rule even working correctly? In the instance of this guy, I would expect, okay, yeah, I add the 50% fire resistance, or 50% fire effectiveness, plus the minus 20% bludgeoning effectiveness, and that's going to be a 2.5 armor bonus, plus a minus 1 armor bonus, gets me a 1.5 armor bonus. But doesn't do that. But in the instance of you, because you're inflicting multiple types, you're telling me the wooden sword should do more damage than the gold sword? With that logic? Because if I were to add the minus 2 armor from this, plus the minus 1 armor from this, it should get me minus 3 armor. And so then walking to this guy should get me a minus 3 armor penalty. But that doesn't make a lot of sense, because if he's hitting my... If he's using part bludgeoning, he should technically be doing less damage. You would expect him to do less damage to me compared to just the gold sword, because the gold my armor is less effective against the gold sword. What does this add rule even mean? What does this add rule that I made even mean? I mean, it has... There is context to define here that makes sense. I should get 1.5. It basically doesn't divide it. Yeah, it basically just wouldn't divide it. But should that really be minus 3 then? That's such a jank rule. I think in general, maybe I'll keep the rule, but it's kind of weird. I think in general what I would want is I'd want the default rule to probably be average. Average those armor values together. Because that seems to make sense. And then... yeah. average those armor values together. There's like no armor that provides necrotic resistance. That's hilarious. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Now, one thing I want to check. So it says plus 50% fire effectiveness. So being in fire, the armor should block it, right? But it doesn't seem to say. In fire. I could have sworn that armor would protect against that. Maybe I was wrong. Okay, lava I got an armor bonus for. Dude, I need a... Dude, this is annoying. Lava, yeah. Oh, for in fire, I get it. Yeah, you get it for in fire. But not all the time. Source in fire. Let's put this here. Okay. Let's add another little thing here. So wherever over here is, which is like 20 and -4, sure. Okay, so now I can actually test. See, I am taking the full damage here. Actually, wait, no, I'm not. It is. I swear I saw something. Interesting. So it does work. Well, actually, I can leave this on. Oh no, my zombies! They disappeared! That's fine. Actually, that's weird. Why did they disappear? Maybe that was the extra damage I was seeing. Maybe they literally just walked off the ledge. Yeah, because there's no guy there. Oh well, whatever. Um, so I'm gonna look into the ad thing and try and make it work correctly. So this, it's not in the armor classifier. That's whatever. It's definitely not in there either. Or there. Armor calculation type. How the fuck? I'm gonna do it the exact same way it's being done here. Because why not? Double stream.builder. Because yeah, this does not seem to be right. I don't know what's wrong with this, but it's not right. It's something about the way that's being done that's just not right. Hello? Compute the proposals. What are you waiting for? Thank you. Cast to float armors dot build dot blah 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 dot sum dot or else 0.0. I think sum just returns a double on its own. Okay, so I don't need this. That should add it together. I don't understand. Because this averaged correctly, so this should add correctly. Because even if it did it as, what, 7.5? And 4. Yeah, even if it did as that, it wouldn't average it as 0.75. That'd be weird. So this merges it according to the armor calc rule. And if it distributes the armor, it should distribute the armor as 7.5 armor for fire, and then a minus 20 would be a 4 armor. And then averaging that would give 7.5 and 4 added together is 11.5. Divide by 2 gives you 5.75, and then you subtract 5. Oh. In which case, then, applying the armor modifiers should maybe it would be better if we instead added the armor values for that slot to this. Instead of doing the subtraction there. Get the armor values for the slot. And then subtract these values. Oops. Actually, I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna return a2 dot set values negative a2 dot get armor negative a2 dot get toughness. And then if a2, not s2, if a2 is null, then we will just return a1. Otherwise, we will return a1 dot set values a1 dot armor minus a2 dot armor and a1 dot toughness minus a2 dot toughness. Now we have a sub method. Minus armor and this dot toughness minus toughness. And then, oh wait, and then I need to return this. If he is null, return this. Otherwise, return this dot sub av dot armor av dot toughness. Okay. Now I got a bunch of different ways I can do subtraction here because I just realized that doing the subtraction this way is incredibly stupid. Avals dot sub like this, put this here. What are you complaining about? Oh, wait, yeah, that's right. That would need to go. Dot sub here. Sub that. that makes it better because now we subtracted it per per type, right? Does that even make a difference actually? Because for the armor value for the chest plate, we're going to subtract its actual value. Because that's just the dude. I don't like the way this works. I just realized what I probably am gonna need to do. I'm gonna need what a. Any equipment slot, fill slot. dot get. Now this is basically the exact same way that first aid is doing it, which is interesting. That seems a little bit roundabout, but I probably don't need to have that there. I don't need that now. There we go. Okay, that's better. Now go to the armor classifier, and I'm gonna do. What's this a multi-map of? Oh, string. To attribute modifiers. Stack.getItem.get attribute modifiers for the slot and the stack. Modify your. Turn arrays.stream ddd attribute modifier collections dot armor attributes dot map Probably dot map, right? Okay. I think what I need to do here is I needed this. Um okay, I need to map this to getting what am I freaking mapping? An attribute. No, what are you talking about? Attribute dot get name. Okay, put this like this. Now I have a double stream, right? And now I do I return new armor values. Where I cast it dot next double to float twice. I guess this can be static. Okay, so we've got that. That's the stack armor values. There's one thing I need to do here. Need to add these things. No, this can't be an interface. This needs to be a class. Now I have to do something here. Because I need to get, you are, yeah, you're that. Whoops, I had to put the thing here. And then basically, yeah. I think this is 10, and I believe that's 9. Okay, so it doesn't look like it does it there. What about Tinkers? Oh, yeah, it kind of just does it itself. tag compound dot get ID. This can be a byte actually. MBT tag list dot get ID. There you go. Now there's no way that's wrong. Hello. Hi. Sorry for the late reply. I didn't have OBS open. I was deep in stuff. Glad to see you are finally here. How's it going on this fine Friday? It's going. It is going. Yeah, we're deep in it. We are deep in it. This is stack.get tag compound. Oh, why don't I just wrap this in optional? Optional dot of nullable stack dot get tag compound dot. Then what you want to do is you want to map it. I can probably just keep this like one class, right? Yeah. I don't need to separate this. But I'll wrap it in here. Quality. Yes, indeed. Indeed, dude, indeed. We have a quality tag. We're gonna have an attribute modifiers tag, which is going to be attribute modifiers. And then this is going to be attribute name tag. How do I know I need all these? Because I'm looking at another mod that's doing this exact thing. I'm basically just copying what they're doing. Because I might need to do the same thing, so. So, I need to, get map t.get compound tag, and this is going to be quality tools const dot quality tag dot map it again. This is going to be t.get tag list. There's going to be quality tools const. No, dude. Dot. It won't go that deep. Attribute modifiers tag. And then this is going to be nbt dot compound tag ID. Is this even Cannot infer. I know shit. We map it to this. We map it to this. Maybe it'd help if I spelled it correctly. Yeah, that'd probably do it. Map it once more. Whoops, hold on. What are you doing? What the heck is your problem? Map. Oh, I have to get each one. Oh, you're joking. Okay. List. This is stupid. This is stupid. List for each NBT in the list. For each NBT in the list. Well, no. Can I stream you? Bro, you're cringe. I can't. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. If NBT instance of NBT tag compound. Yep. If NBT instance of NBT tag compound tag yeah NBT tag compound tag equals I need to do that. Tag equals NBT tag compound of the NBT, and then we get the attribute name. If tag dot get string quality tool const dot attribute name tag. If that dot equals ignore case attribute. Where's my attribute thing? My attribute. Attribute. There we go. Dot whatever. Get name. Val plus equals tag dot get double quality tools const dot amount. I have to type this out. Tag. Oh my gosh. Yeah. No, wrong one. This one. There you go. Okay. What do you mean you can't map? Oh, wait, because I didn't return it. I did not return it. Return val. Dot or else 0.0. No shit. Wait, that's not even the fucking thing. Bro! I have to put this here. And I need to return new armor values. Armor, cast them to float, dude. I gotta cast them to float. Armor val. Cast this to float. Toughness val. There we go. Put that there. This is gonna be DDD attribute modifier collections dot armor dot get attribute modifier dot get name. And this is gonna be armor val. And then we're gonna have an else if name dot equals ignore case. DDD attribute modifier collections dot toughness dot get attribute modifier dot get name. Then we do toughness val plus equal tag dot get double quality tool const dot amount tag. You're joking. Alright, we just gotta change the way this is. This is for MBT tag base NBT in list. Oh, and I guess I don't need that. Oh, MBT base. Oops. And then return that. And I guess this has to be static too. Okay, good. I'm gonna need to have a different thing here. I wonder if there's a way to kind of do a call over. But this isn't visible, so I probably want to do it here. Hmm. This is a function that should take an item stack and give me armor values. This is like a stack armor values. It should be public. I'm gonna actually have it extend the function here. Or maybe this should go in the... You know what? No, it's not going to. We're not even gonna have that. stack armor values injector dot add the injector. And then we have a armor values from stack. There's going to be an item stack and an entity equipment slot for the slot. And then we're going to return this plus, well, that's going to be dot merge with, nope. That's not how I want to do that. Armor values dot merge. Wait a second. Okay, we have this. This needs to return armor values. I feel like I'm getting like sucked into a rabbit hole, and I'll never see the light of day again. That's it. Just see you later. I'm gone. And then what I do is I need to retrieve from the combat calculations. Actually, what I'm thinking actually is that this goes into the armor classifier, to be honest, because it's classifying armor. So that makes sense to me. Get rid of this. This then just does armor classifier. Classifier. Oops, what did I do? I did that. Okay, I need this. And I need to have this armor classifier. I guess it doesn't need to be final, but it does. So what am I doing? What the heck am I doing? This needs to just pass the call here. Private static armor values. No, what am I doing? Void register injector function item stack armor values. That's the injector, and that's going to go to stack armor values injector dot add that thing. I guess this is public. I guess this is package, actually. We don't need this. Register this injector. And then here, no, not in the armor values, in the armor classifier, we do this. And then armor values dot merge, right? We merge this bad boy with the stack armor values injectors dot stream dot map, a function that takes a function which probably just applies the function. F dot apply to our stack dot reduce using armor values merge. No, what is this? What do you mean you can't merge, bro? Oh, wait. Why should it be optional? Oh, I guess I could just do an dot or else, and then do new armor values here. Okay, we have a way to get armor values from the stack, if it's injected. So the quality tools thing, right? Right here, this is what I wanted it to do. I wanted it to do, DDD combat calculations dot register armor values injector, and it's gonna register quality tools integration get quality tools armor values injected. And now I need to go to my mod integration kernel. Integratable mods dot put mod const dot integration IDs dot that needs to be quality tools ID. Everything else is ID. This needs to be quality tools. I think it's Alt Shift R. Yes, ID. That way I can tell at a glance. Okay, good. Quality tools ID. And then this is going to be new quality tools integration. Yay, quality tools integration. That wasn't even planned at all, but I realized I probably needed it. I mean, we'll test it. Anyway, all of that is very important for one thing, and that is this. Now, how does first aid even use this? Dude, I want to see it. Where is it? It's 58. What are you doing 58? What are you doing on 58, bro? Oh! Oh? What the heck is going on here? So, okay, we have eye special armor that gets the properties, and that's that. Maybe I don't need to do it here. No, I need to, right? But what if it's an eye special armor? Because that's just using a whole bunch of attribute modifiers and stuff. This is now using the actual. Oh my gosh. My brain. Okay. One thing that was important is I think I need this combat tracker. This merges it to an armor value. But before that, so this stream, I need to map everything in this stream to be av.sub, and then you do armor classifier. It doesn't, it's not fucking visible. Any equipment slot, and then just pass that through. The armor values from stack. Combat calculations dot get armor values from stack. This dot get fighter dot get stack. Get item stack from slot, passing in the slot, passing in the slot again. So for each one, we subtract the armor values from that stack to get it relative to that, right? So if it was 6.5 and the thing was 5, then that armor value should be 1.5. Because now we get it as a relative thing, and that's what we want. To that end, get new delta armor values. That's what I want. Because it's a change in armor values. I want to rename it to that because that makes a little bit more sense. The delta armor values. Okay, so now when I apply this here, wherever it is, wherever the heck we are, over here, this is just the new val. Well, this should actually just be delta. I'm going to set this to delta. We set it to the delta. Right, and then we go up, wherever we are, right here. And, we don't need this anymore. But I have the context here. Wait a second. I can do... armor item. Armor item Okay, what if I just do new armor value? Armor values AV equals new armor values, right? Set to that. Or AV dot what the fuck am I doing, dude? It's an instance of item armor. And it's slotted. So just now get armor values from stack. AV equals get armor values from stack. Well, this needs to be slotted stack. Right. Okay. We're actually kind of getting somewhere. Which is kind of sick. This is not necessary. And then I project if a slotted item instance of I special armor. In that particular freaking instance. It's not gonna be here. It's gonna be in the combat calculations. Splitting it up made a lot of sense, but it has now also fucked me. Get properties, passing in the fighter, the stack, the source, the amount, and the index, which I can actually do because we have a combat context right here. AV equals armor values dot merge AV, and then we do put this on the side for a sec. Armor properties props equals um cast it I special armor cast the slotted item. What did I even type? That's crazy. Dot get properties. We get it for the context dot get defender. Slotted stack. Context dot get source. Context dot get amount. And slot dot get index. Oh yeah! I'm just gonna make my life easier. Let's add basically just a conversion constructor. Equals props dot armor. And this dot toughness equals props dot toughness. Casted, of course. And now we'll do an av.merge, and this will be a new armor values. And we'll just pass in props. And as now this is going to be av.get armor. It doesn't know what it's talking about. av.get toughness. What do you mean it must be final or effectively final? It's... I haven't done anything to it. Wait, does it really have to be final? Really? That's so jank. Local variable AV defined in an enclosing scope must be final or effectively final. Hmm. Alright, whatever. So if it's an instance of item armor, then we're going to get the armor values from the stack. We're actually going to push this down to here. Whoops, what am I doing? This. The reason being is that if it's an instance of item armor, then yeah, it has armor abilities, right? I'm pretty sure here the armor properties, it checks if it's an instance of that. Well, it does actually check separately if it's I special armor or item armor, but if we go to our distributors for armor distribution and capability distributor, this thing will only distribute it if it's an instance of item armor, which means we're only going to have armor resistances if it's an instance of item armor. So I'll throw this in here and actually merge this right here. We get that, and then if it's also I special armor, that's where we'll get the properties of it to get any additional stuff, and we'll kind of add the additional armor values over. Because that's what this thing does, right? Total armor, it adds the armor properties. Always add normal armor. I special armor, total armor, what is total armor? It's 0, right? Yeah, okay. And then we add prop armor if it's I special armor. And then we have an else if check for item armor, where we set the prop armor equal to that. And then we do get armor there. Now, what does this do? Retrieves the modifiers to be used when calculating armor damage. Armor with higher priority will have damage applied to them before lower priority ones. If there are multiple pieces of armor with the same priority, damage will be distributed between them based on their absorption ratio. That doesn't answer any of my questions. This interface is to be implemented by item armor classes. It will allow to modify computation of damage and health loss. Computation will be called before actual armor computation, which can then be cancelled. Gathers and applies armor reduction based on or reduction to damage being dealt to a entity. I love the typos here. This is kind of giving me life right now. So you have armor properties, that's null. You do a get item. If instance of I special armor, you do all this nonsense. And then you have two separate ifs. But it doesn't add it. Total armor is entity.get total armor value. Right, and then it starts with that. And then oh, and that's a straight up else if. So these should be mutually exclusive. If it's an instance of item armor, AV should be that. Oops. If it's unblockable, it gets the total armor value. What I want to know is is that used as a modifier or is that used as the actual armor? It looks to be the actual armor. Blah. Because it gets the slot, it gets, if it's I special armor, get the properties, add that to the total armor. Where is this even used? So that's the armor values that go into there. And then what happens with you? We add you to the damage vals list. And if the size is greater than zeros, we convert it to an array. Okay, whatever, fine. We standardize the list. That's whatever, honestly. Doesn't really matter. Do priority, and then this is armor will have armor with higher with armor with it says will armor with higher priority will have damage applied to them before lower ones. Oh, that's for damage values. Oh, that's for damaging the armor, which is why it does this. But otherwise, it actually does this. So this seems to suggest if I were to have a Tinker's chest plate with a qualities tool things that gives it like -1, then DD wouldn't distribute that. It should be %F. Actually, I can do debug lib. Output formatted debug. It's gonna be %S. Is it gonna be slotted item? Not slitted. Slotted item dot get registry name dot toString? Get item stack display name for the slotted stack, and then av.toString. I have no idea if any of this makes any sense. Let's see how much sense it makes. Shall we? Maybe this makes enough sense and everything just works. Or maybe it makes negative sense. Or the game breaks. Alright, let's see if it works. Because I have no idea. It's taking a long time. That's my favorite. Okay, let's see. Let's see. What are we looking at? So, step one is, hey, does damage. I got a minus 5.5 armor effectiveness. That's definitely not right. Um, you have slashing effectiveness, right? Yeah, you do. Okay, here, buddy. Take this. Alright, now let's try that again. I got a minus 7 armor effectiveness. That is not right. I'm trying to think about why that would be the case. Oh wait, I think I know why. It's basically being subtracted twice. Yeah, I got a minus 2.5. I definitely should not be getting a minus 2.5. Okay. Yep. I know what the problem was. I forgot to do something. I forgot to not have this be done. I think. Huh. So I'm pretty sure this just needs to be this. Oh wait, because this needs to be... Hold on. Because I have the delta armor values now. The debug definitely says that chain chestplate has 5 armor. Which means it's calculating that correctly. But it should not do a double subtraction, which it might have done there. I'll need to see how this is. What are you? Oh, you're not used. Don't I already have you defined in the mod cons anyway? Whatever, I don't need you. Okay, it built. Okay, let's see now. Well, first off, I can check this. This should be like a plus 2.5. Yes, it is a plus 2.5. Good. Alright. You. -2. Does that make sense? That does make sense. It should be a -2. Alright. Now, this zombie here... It should... Because it also inflicts necrotic damage... I get a 0.5 armor effectiveness reduction. Because... Wait, am I on average? I am on average, dude. I need add. This should be... I don't know what this should be. -1. That was -1. That's actually correct. That's actually correct. Oh my gosh, wait, I might have done it. Fry pan. Does you inflict partly fear damage? By that I mean fire, not actually fear. It does not do fear. Hello? There you go. I got a 1.5 armor effectiveness. That's actually correct, because it's supposed to be 2.5. I get a 2.5 buff from being fire. And then it's bludgeoning, which is -20% effectiveness, which is a -1. So 2.5 -1 is 1.5. I actually get the correct amount of armor reduction and stuff. That's actually good. Using armor instead of armor, truly code made for Americans. I mean, yeah. Look, the game says armor. Wait, could I... I'm morbidly curious. Is there a Canadian English here? There is. No way. Now, is it... How correct is it? Like, go to Switch. Thank you. Hello? Apparently it doesn't want to. How you doing? Usually Canada's just rolled into UK for English, exactly. Oh, it actually does! No way! That's crazy. I mean, look, if we want to talk crazy Canadian English, the amount of times there is color, COLOUR, and COLOR in my code base is kind of ridiculous. Also, I don't have a separate translation. You wound me with the inconsistency. There's some stuff that's COLOR, and then when I create anything that's using color, I use COLOUR. And it's just a mess. It's just a mess. So now this thing, right? So Who has... I don't have anything that does thunder damage. Oh, but I do have something that does slash or acid damage, right? That's true. I don't want to be doing really complicated math right now. Bludgeoning, slashing. That's probably fine. I wonder if... Right, but the absorbent makes it... Oh, okay. Idea. Idea. We take this, we put this here. We swap this not for that, but for different plates, so that I can adequately test how, like, special armor works here. This has minus force effectiveness? That seems... wrong, but okay. Bludgeoning and poison. Oh, wait. Do I have anything that can do poison damage? As a fry pan, maybe? Probably not. Dang it. My defaults are not set up to make this not painful. I don't think I have anything that does thunder damage either. I think the only thing I have is probably this. Alright, well, we'll do this. Okay, so we put this on, and we're gonna test it by giving someone something that does... Right. I have that set to hidden for some reason. Okay, I need a sword. I need like a sword. I need a sword. Yes, you do slashing and acid damage. Perfect. You will do wonderfully. You can have this one. So now this has... Wait. I don't need this. I just need a button. Right. Because I think... Yeah, it's toggle downfall. Rain. Yeah, it wouldn't do anything if I didn't do toggle downfall. Okay, so now I do this, right? Now it rains. It is raining, but it's not actually raining. Because this should... What does this thing say it does? Get stronger in water and rain. In water. Oh, we can get stronger in water, too. Okay, that's fine. I can do that. Forget this. Make water. I don't know a reasonable way to test this, but sure, that'll work. So now my armor is stronger. It has 0.4 armor. Wait a second. Bro! You didn't want to test? You didn't want to test? Why are they all doing that? They all just decided that was it. They just cashed out. Okay. Alright, dude. If you want. Oh, dude, I know what I need. I need to test this with having boop 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 a gold block, because I'm pretty sure that's what I need. And now I need to test this with something that actually has freaking defense. Well, I'll need that, and then I will need... We do you so that you don't interfere with stuff. Okay, so now I'll do you. Oh, you have slashing impunity? I don't take slashing damage. Fuck. Okay. I need different armor plates. You gotta be fucking joking, bro. Because I don't have any thunder effectiveness, dude. I guess bludgeoning slashing's probably gonna have to be the way I go. Yeah, we'll do this. Actually, no, this is fine. I don't need to do an emboss. Because this will still theoretically be stronger. So currently I'm at 6 armor. That's not bad. I'm at 6 armor. So now if I hit them with a if they hit me rather with something that does bludgeoning and slashing. What does bludgeoning and slashing? Probably a hatchet. Yep. Can I get something that is not weird numbers, just in case I need to check against that? Bludgeoning, slashing, force. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, bludgeoning, slashing. What am I even talking about, dude? Just get a sword. Let's do this. This is bludgeoning, slashing. It's 50-50. It's perfect. Here, have your sword, buddy. Okay, so now I have 6 armor. I have some armor toughness. Armor toughness is fine. So I get hit. It tells me something. 6 times 0.4 is garbage, but yeah, I should probably not get a minus 19.2 armor reduction. Yeah, I probably shouldn't get that. Now, what the heck happened? Console, what do you say? What do you got for me? The iron chestplate armor values is -6 and -4? That doesn't make sense. My brain hurts. Alright, now if I'm in water, then theoretically I should have better armor. I don't know if it actually did. All I know is that that's not right. Okay, so why? An iron chestplate. Why are you? Retrieves the modifiers used when calculating armor damage. This hurts. Why are you -19.20? I'm pretty sure you're just not supposed to be -19.20. Pretty fucking sure. What's -6 times 0.6? Yeah, I might be able to figure out how it got that value. Do some quick maths. -6. Blah, 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 blah. -6 times 0.6 times 2 -6 is only -13.2. We're missing another 6. Be -6 again. Because -6 times oh wait, is it? Minus... Is it -12 times 0.6 times 2? No. That's -7.2. If I do -12 again, then I get -19.2. Oh, I mean, wait. I've been new of that. What the hell? But why does it say that your armor is -6? That's what I want to know. It's right here, right? That's gotta be where. Okay, this Tinker's armor, now looking at Conarm and seeing what the fuck it's doing here. Subtract armor and toughness so that I special armor does not calculate it twice. This is weird. Um, hmm. We get the slot for the item stack. We get the player. New armor modifications. We get the armor. We get the toughness, which probably... Get defense. Oh my gosh, dude. Why is this broken? It's so wild. Okay, let's see. Get properties after absorb. Subtract armor and toughness so that I special armor does not calculate it twice. But that wouldn't make sense why it would be -6, dude. Unless that has something to do with the trait, which I will double check. Arm modifications is double damage and slot. If player is in water, is raining at odds to add armor values, slot, and then toughness per level. Okay, so it should add 3. So then that has mods.toughness times the toughness mod times effective. I assume effective is probably set to 1, right? Effective is 1. Okay, so the effective is 1. The base armor should be whatever this is, which gets the defense times the defense multiplier. Defense multiplier for the slot is 0.3. It should probably do that times 100 plus 0.5 divided by 100. Basically, it should get 6. I don't know what the defense is raw. Let's double check. I think the defense raw is probably something. And then it should... Oh, no, this is the armor helper. I don't need that. I need Tinker's armor. Yeah, this thing. Armor times the armor mod. Armor mod is 1 in this case. Okay. And the effective is 1 as well. So the armor should be, because the absorbent trait, which is what I had there, even if I didn't, it's still weird that it wasn't working. The absorbent trait either adds 4 or 3 armor. It doesn't really matter exactly what it does. The point is, it's not working. That's weird. So this says the defense is 15. Yeah, it's times 0.4, which is 6. That gets me 6, which is fine. And then we should, according to this, we should add 4 armor, which means we should have 10 armor in rain, or when it's wet, or whatever. Which is fine. But it's not doing that. Armor helper get properties after absorb. Total armor is 6. Defense reduction is damage, total toughness. It's just that thing. Okay, so the damage was 3. Divided by the total toughness, which would be 4. Well, it's a toughness divided by 4 plus 2. Which is 1 plus 2 is 3, so it's 3 divided by 3, which is 1 times 0.01, so it's 0.01, that's the defense reduction. And then we take the total armor, which is 6, we divide it by 25, we subtract 0.01, and that probably doesn't need to be clamped. That's the absorption ratio. But that doesn't say what the armor is. Okay, what is your constructor here, buddy boy? Armor properties has a priority, a ratio, and a max. Why are you so stupido? Why are you like this? Yeah, properties after absorb. It does that and that, but it doesn't actually set. It doesn't actually set the thing. It doesn't actually set the armor. Additional armor separate from the armor added by vanilla attributes. So then, if it's separate, then in the armor classifier, do AV get armor values from slot, right? And then do AV equals armor values dot merge, and merge this. AV, and yeah. Sure. Because that's if there's armor properties difference, because it's separate. Because that's just changing the ratio at which it's absorbed. It's changing absorption ratio, but not the actual armor itself that is being provided by this. Okay, except for the fact that... Oh, it uses... That's really weird. It's looking like it uses the armor as a way to compute the damage reduction amount, but it's not actually using the armor or any additional armor that gets provided with, yeah. So being in water, the absorbent trait would increase the amount of armor that I effectively have, but that's not actually being used in armor calculations. That's being used to determine what my total armor is, which determines my properties after the absorption, and then... Yeah. Okay. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have a good idea. We build this, we check to see if this works. If it's still negative, second idea is that it's trying to like subtract armor and shit. And so what I need to do is I need to kind of go in there and change the way that works. Maybe. Or maybe I just say fuck the ice special armor part here. Maybe it's not needed. Because maybe it should be 0. Yeah, because it was 0, and then we subtracted at some point. But wait, no. Oh, wait, no. We never subbed here. So it's still gonna subtract the values here. It's probably still going to subtract the values. And we probably don't want it to do that. Probably. Yeah, I got a -12. And -8. And I'm pretty sure that's, because it shouldn't cancel out the whole thing. No. Get me out. Bro, you just walked off the edge. You're cringe. Well, see you later, idiot. Let's instead now check to see what happens if I make this a buy function that takes an item stack, the entity equipment slot, that's a buy function. And then I'm going to go into ConArm integration. We're going to register the armor values injector, which is going to inject this function into it. We're going to return um oh, this needs to be stacked die get item. And then this is going to get all of that. Carnarm's gonna inject its stuff there. We're gonna have this go here. Yeah, because see, now it had said that the armor values was that. Also, I'm pretty sure I didn't put this here, so put that there. And that'll allow it to recognize this as a correct thing, but then if there's anything else with iSpecial Armor that wants to modify the way that armor is used, it should probably work. Just so long as it doesn't do any jank shit like Conarm, we should be fine. You know, I'm not expecting it to be an issue. And then this needs to take an entity equipment slot. This should get the proper armor values now. Surely, right? Surely it works now. Surely it works now. The odds of it working decreases by 5%. I don't make the rules. Yeah, you're right. You're so right. Surely, surely this time. Also, speaking of, this has color spelled this way. This has color spelled this way. Okay. Great. We have color spelled with a U and stuff. Awesome. Then I'm pretty sure if I go over here. Oh no, it is right. But I have to use this class, which does not have it spelled correctly. Well, correctly. Quote unquote, correctly. That hurts my soul. That's hey, I don't make the rules. Okay, so I pull this console up on the side, right? Beautiful. We're in here. We have this. We have this armor on. I go over to my friend over here. Uh-huh. Why? Alright. Let's see what happens if I give you this sword. I got a minus 8.4. Why do I get a minus 8.4, bro? I mean, it is saying that it has an armor value of 6 and a toughness of 4. It's supposed to do 6 damage. Where is the thing, bro? It says you have 6 armor. And that you're supposed to distribute that. Oh, wait, is it because... Hold on. Idea. I'd hazard a guess. It would be because... It would be because... It gets the armor values from the stack. So it classifies it over here, right? That brings us over to here, basically. It does all this. It says that the armor is 6. It says that the armor is 6, and then it should distribute it. To be... 6 times 0.4. Or, sorry, it should be times 0.6. 6 times 0.6. 3.6. Right? So it's 3.6. Right. And technically what I want to do is do a minus 6 on it, so it's a minus 2.4. Right? That's basically what we want to do. Which is basically what we're doing here. Because I'm gonna come in here. Or sorry, in here. We take all the appropriate types. We merge this, and that's gonna be merging it by adding it together. And we're going to get the armor values from the stack. which should be minus 2.4. What it should be doing is subtracting the armor values from the stack, which we've established should be 6. Is it actually? No, it's not. You're joking. And now there's a discrepancy between the armor values it gets here and armor values it gets here. And the reason there's a discrepancy is because I don't have the context of, like, the defender and the stack and the source and the amount and all that stuff. I need to do return new armor values. Armor.get properties. Entity, the stack, the source, the amount, and the slot.get index. Okay. I don't need that now. Where is this called? Get armor values from stack. Okay, it's only called in those locations. And now what I'm gonna do is if stack.get item is an instance of I special armor, then what we're going to do is we're going to AV equals armor values dot merge AV and then get I special armor. We pass the stack. This is gonna be I special armor on stack dot get item. The slot is that, that's that, that's that, that's that. Okay. I need to provide context dot get defender, context dot get source, context dot get amount. I mean, this is still gonna have all the context for it, so it's fine. Entity, source, amount. Now I have to go over here. A slot. So we got the entity. This dot get fighter. The source, which is event dot get source, and the amount, which is event dot get amount. Have I set the damage reference anywhere? No, that's outside. Honestly, that's probably fine. It's probably good enough. I probably like I could sum up the damage map and do it that way, but it's probably not going to matter that much. M dot values dot. Do I have a method in here to make my life easier? Surely I should, right? Sum. There you go. My math dot sum. M dot values. I shouldn't do this every time, that'd be dumb. Sum M dot values. And then put this over here. Surely now it works. I can't believe there goes 5%. I can't believe you keep doing this to yourself. But this time it surely works. At the very least, it should be closer to being right. Right? Okay, that is theoretically closer to being right. But it's distributing 0. Why are you distributing 0, my guy? Oh wait, I did that twice. which caused it to subtract it twice. Okay. That was a genuine mistake. I missed something. Double negative makes a positive, right? In this world, who knows, dude? Who knows? But I believe in the me that thinks that this works now. Mostly. I don't even know what I did. Oh, I like wanted to make it calculate armor slightly better, or maybe a little bit more reliably. For like really niche edge cases, which I think should hopefully make it work better, but we don't actually know. And then in the case of con arm, it decides to break everything, but that's fine. %50 belief, 50% Adderall. That is where I am at mentally. It works! I don't know why it says the current damage was 7. Probably because that was the damage I took. But minus 2.4. That is exactly what it's supposed to be. And then this should be, like, somehow weirder, right? Minus 4.8, yeah. Which arguably makes no fucking sense. But to that I say, that makes no sense. You change this. Probably to average. In which case, on average, these should do the same thing. Minus 2.4, and this should also be minus 2.4. It is minus 2.4. Exactly. Because I have the same armor effectiveness for each type, so it basically correlates to it being the exact same. But in this situation, where I have a different slashing and bludgeoning thing, this still is a minus 1, which it's supposed to do, because I am minus 20% bludgeoning effectiveness, and this should be averaged out to like a minus 1.5, right? Yeah, minus 1.5. Okay, it just works. It just works, dude. Alright, and you? I'm not receiving anything. I'm not receiving anything, and that's how it's supposed to be. How Bethesda of you. Sir Yeelp Howard, yes. Yeah. And then I should get minus 5 no matter what, actually, for this one. So you get me with a minus 5? I'm gonna turn this off. Okay, so this one, I took 5 damage. Okay, I took 5 damage. And here I probably take like 6 damage. Yeah, here I take 6 damage, but the current damage was 7, so it actually... Why? I feel like this thing probably is not working. Snack, hydration, break. Yeah. Yeah. Minus 75% bludgeoning effectiveness. minus 2.25 armor, which is, yeah, so that like that actually kind of hurt, bro. Um, that chestplate was weird. Okay, we're gonna add, or we're gonna change an armor resistance for something here. Probably on the gold leggings. So I have to set this to 0. I have to set this to 0. I have to set this to 0. And now I need acid. Put that at 0. That's right. Get some water in ye. Yeah, you're right. I'll grab a drink once I'm done putting all this in. I need acid, cold, whatever the other types are. Where is it? It's right here. Okay. Acid, cold, fire is the next one. Okay, I gotcha. I put that somewhere where I wasn't supposed to put that. So that's fire, and then I have force. 0, 0, DDD, lightning, lightning, 0. I can type, bro. Necrotic, 0. Poison, 0. Psychic, 0. Radiant, 0. Thunder, 0. We'll put these just in case. Alright. And while that launches, I'm gonna get another drink. Hydration is complete. We are good. It is supposed to be over here. Okay. Now, what do you say? What's going on here? Armor resistance. I put on the iron leggings. Lol. Wrong ones. Hmm. That's interesting. Why you no say none? Why you no actually be none? Because it's the same thing as... Hello! Thank you for the raid! Holy crap, that means I've been raiding for a long time. Or sorry, I've been streaming for a long time. Thank you everyone. Welcome. So let me do a little introduction of who I am and what I'm doing here. Thank you for the follow. I am Yeelp currently right now. I am working on modding Minecraft, and I am wondering why nothing works. Basically, in other words, if you're familiar with tabletop RPGs, I'm basically having armor and weapons kind of do different damage types like they would in like D&D and stuff like that. And I'm trying to fix armor so that it works, but it actually does kind of work. It actually, you know what? One thing I could check. This is the mod here that I've made, and I can actually, if you're a little curious, in chat, I can put this nice description of the whole mod in case you want to learn a little bit more about it. It's pretty cool. It's gonna be in a pretty large mod pack, and so I've been working on polishing up the edges, trying to make it, you know, good and functional. More importantly, functional is very important as well. Oh, so this is this. So it's the same thing. I see what's going on here. And yes, form and function, very important. I need to make sure that. Oh wait, so what if I go here and then I remove like this thing? Or let's just say I do that, right? Just for giggles. And then I reload it. Usually basic mods in Python, love seeing what people create. The mod sounds really cool. It's been really fun to make. I've had a lot of enjoyment working on it. And it's been really cool. And it's pretty large. So I've had a lot to work on. I can show you in a moment. I have a large to-do list. Let me show you the to-do list that we've got going on here. That's this one. Thank you for the sub. Very much. Thank you very much, dude. You are awesome. So quickly here, allow me to just quickly showcase. Let's switch back to this. This is my large to-do list of things I need to do. This is the stuff I've done. This is the stuff I have left to do before I can release an alpha build, and then this is all the other stuff I have to do. And then this is some extra stuff, and that's just some other random stuff too. But yeah, this is basically the to-do list, the master to-do list, which has been... We've been chipping away very slowly at it, you know, one bit at a time. What has it cost? Everything. But we're getting very close now to having it work somewhat. So, you know, we're good. All sanity is the cost, yes. But you know what? Surely now everything should work. So if I check this one still says it's unchanged, but this one over here is now going to say, why not? This is for a mod pack too, right? Yes, this is for RL Craft. If you're familiar with RL Craft, this is for that. Wait, did I not fix you? Oh, because it still says it's all 0. And so I guess it says if it's all 0, then... What if I set you to 1.0 for that? Thank you for the raid, everyone, once again. This was really cool. You guys are all really cool, and I'm really glad that you're all here. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. I have hydrated a little more. So now it says... Okay. Now I don't know why it's not working. Wait, no, new idea. My new idea is to just say it's a feature. So my current situation that I'm working on right here is I wanted to check to see if the armor would work if I kind of say it's not effective against any types. So what the mod does is it defines, it's never a bug, it's always a feature, it's always a feature. So the mod defines what's called armor effectiveness. So when I wear these golden leggings and I get hit with something that does bludgeoning damage, the armor is 75% less effective at blocking it, which basically means I'm supposed to get 3 armor when wearing it, but when I take bludgeoning damage, it'll be as if I have like 0.75 or whatever. Or 0.25. However that math works, right? Take 3, take away 75%, figure out what that math is, and that's basically how it works. But you can also have armor that has more effectiveness, like this is more effectiveness against fire. This is just for, like, testing. It's not, like, a default value. I just kind of did this for testing purposes. So, against fire, I will have 7.5 armor against fire. And if an attack inflicts multiple types of damage at once, like this fellow right here, then it kind of has to distribute that damage. So it's basically like a tabletop RPG, like D&D, but a little bit more complicated because Minecraft wasn't designed on categorizing things into types, and I'm now telling it needs to. And so I have to take the original way Minecraft does damage and adapt it to this system. So to do that, I've created this effectiveness rating for different types. And there's little icons for each of the little damage types. I have about 10 pixels by 10 pixels worth of space to make these icons, so I did the best I could with that space. obviously you can actually remove the icons entirely if you don't want them to show up. So you could configure it to not have it show up. So I need this to, well, wait. What I was curious about, what I was actually getting at, is I wanted this armor resistance. I was checking the iron leggings here, and I wanted them to I was curious if I set it to 0 effectiveness, if I specifically mentioned that it's 0 effectiveness for everything, then what the mod does is it implies an armor effectiveness. It should say it for non-specified types, but yeah, that's weird. It should say for non-specified types. So like if I remove the acid here as well, it should say that it should have 100% acid effectiveness, but like no slashing, piercing, or bludgeoning effectiveness. What if I set this to like 1.5? Actually, I'm curious. Maybe it's doing that because it's broken and I messed something up. Ah. Wait, isn't it supposed to tell me though? Let me make sure it's doing that. Show configures on join. Yes, okay. So if I made this wrong, it should complain at me and say, "Hey buddy, you messed something up." Okay. Once more from the top. Okay. From the top, these iron leggings say plus 50% radiant effectiveness. But that's all it says. It does not say that it has 0 effectiveness against the other things. Huh. That's actually not right. That's 100% not right. Let's figure out where that is wrong. Where are you used? That'll take me to where we're dealing with this. Probably. Implied. T.get categories dot stream dot collect the types to base map And the unconfigured. Damage times I'll filter the ones that this doesn't contain, collect it, and then put the implied armor effectiveness. And then put that into that one, and then set the new weights to that one. Okay, that's fine, but something else is wrong. Where are you used? Or don't tell me. That's fine. A better idea. Where is this? Tell me where the armor parse rule. Where are you used? In the parse mapping. Now it's not this. It's definitely doing this. Parse damage type, parse float. It's constructing an instance of, well, in this case, it should be constructing an instance of an armor distribution for wherever my thing is reading from the config. This thing. Didn't I literally just have that open? Right, parse mapping. Armor distribution class, get constructor, parse mapping. Oh, wait. This thing here. Set new map. Aha! I knew I'd run into you somewhere. It ignores zero weighted entries for the distribution and for this. Okay. I want this to... Wait, what if I extend this and just I'll have it allow zero weighted entries? What would be the problem of allowing zero weighted entries anyway? Okay, I have access to the map. So, okay. what I can do is I can leave all that the way it is, and then what I can do here is I can do resist map, that's definitely how I spell that word, dot for each type weight, and then basically if it's 0 weighted, if weight is 0 exactly, then I can do this dot dist map dot put the type in and the value and the weight there. I just like specifically do that. You've reached the problem of you probably knew why before but didn't leave a comment. Dude, there are times where I have left really smart comments, and then there are times like this where I didn't. I think it was just the project and some of the functionality has changed, which made that filter kind of now a problem. Resist map dot no. Now I have to do the same thing here for tupler. For T in all the weights. That's definitely how that works. If T dot get second, if that's 0 exactly, then this dot dist map dot put can I like add weights to it? No, I can't. Okay. Yeah, because I can allow a very specific mention of 0.0 in armor distributions. That's fine. For item distributions, that would be weird and wouldn't make a lot of sense. And for shield distributions, that would be weird and wouldn't make a lot of sense. T dot get. What happened here? T dot get second. Hooray. That should work now. And now, dude, now it works. Oh yeah, save that file too, please. So we just need to wait until this thing has a check mark, just like that. Now I go over here in an Explorer window, and I need to drag this over here, and now I need to relaunch Minecraft. Now, the Eclipse, which is what I'm using to do my programming, has a debugger. And that debugger does allow me to launch Minecraft hooked into a debugger, which has some pretty nice debugging features. However, because of some of the things that I'm using in the project and some other mods that I'm integrating with, the debugger crashes, which is my favorite thing. And there's no fix for it. So I just kind of have to do this roundabout way instead of hooking it up to the debugger, which does limit some of my debugging tools, but we do the best we can. We do the best we can. And, yeah, I'm being pinged. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm gonna have to wrap up stream soon. That's alright. I'm gonna check this one thing. If this one thing works, I'm gonna dive into an abyss. Why, dude? Bro. Bro, but why? Because it should set that at 0. But just to prove that it's not 0, I can change the client tooltip format to percentage based. And this is going to be a giant tooltip. But it says I have all these effectiveness when I really shouldn't. Huh. Well, somebody, probably me, is about to get a stern talking to about why it doesn't work. Oh well. I just don't really have the time to fix it right now. I don't know why this does not fix it though. Maybe it's because of this. No, because it sets the map and then I change the thing. Unless there's another filter somewhere else that's doing shenanigans, that would be really dumb. You know, like this. Wow. I think I see. That's freaking great. It's always something random right in front of you. Come back to it again later if it'll seem obvious, probably. You're right. Absolutely. So anyway, I'm going to have to wrap it for today. I'll have to come back to this. This is really interesting. I don't know what the heck's going on here, but c'est la vie. Anyway, thank you to all the raiders if you're still sticking around, and thank you to just everyone who's come by. This is actually really cool and really awesome. You're all really cool, and I'm really glad you're all here. Though I have to, people are bugging me for a D&D game that I need to get to, so I'll have to get going. But yes, thank you everyone.